Hello Dino.
Hello? Okay, right. I think we're got audio. HAL OpenFi project.
Opening Fi project.
Maybe already did. Hey Tony, how you doing? Missed you last night. Oh, sorry, I should call you. I must remember to call you Zag. Should we get the themes back? I suppose we should. I need to. The problem with the themes is they're on another computer. And that computer is downstairs. But, I mean, these days I'm pretty lazy. Up and down the stairs all the time. Here is my home automation control panel. This one turns off the speakers, which is handy when I'm recording. So it just disconnects the speakers, turns them off, so that I don't get any feedback while recording. And this one here turns on and off the monitors. That one here turns on and off the heater. I think it's turned down right now. And that one turns on the computer downstairs. So that's the computer I used to use. It doesn't work. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Technology. The iPad obviously doesn't work like this. You have to be looking at it or something. I don't know. Anyway, turned it on. So that's booting. And
Turning heater on.
Oh, you just quiet, Hal. And maybe I can start pulling some of Hal's previous configuration off the other computer. Hey, Mike, how you doing? Yeah, I think it's time to bring the themes back. The video for the new release of God and the River, my new single. Really excited about that. Been sitting on that for quite a while. Yeah, lots of weird things were happening since the 1st of September, and I released I Only Want to Sing the Blues. Anyway, that's going to be live on the 1st of March. So not too far away to go, and that'll be my second single out. God and the River. Kind of post-apocalyptic philosophical discussion point. Inspired by the work of Alan Watts. Might not be what you expect. But yeah, that's good. And I was working today on a lot of other music. I was working on the violin. I've had a bit of a leap forward on the violin. I find that sometimes with musical instruments they take a little step forward. Violin is, of all the instruments I play, violin is probably the one that I've got the least good handle on. But I mean it's getting there. I played some flute, and the flute playing, I only started playing flute in the lockdown in the last like 6 months, and I bought myself, it was going well enough, I bought myself a flute. There's a song called Controlled which I recorded at the studio, and recorded the flute for the first time, and actually it's coming together quite nicely. So what else did I play? Oh, and also some harmonica. Because there's that video, you know, you just played it the other day, Artificial Wisdom, and played the harmonica on that. And so I think I really liked it when I played that one, the one that I did in Italy. I'm also recording that properly in the studio, and it needs a bit of harmonica, but it also needs some piano. So I've contacted a pianist. I've got this idea of doing kind of stride piano on that one, sort of like a western. So I had some good day of music. But right, here we are now. Oh, and I also uploaded the video. I had to. I worked on I had put all the lyrics on the video, but I think they were distracting, so I took them off, and I put the lyrics at the end of the video, so that they're sort of there, but they don't sort of interfere with the, you know, the feel or whatever of the video. So that's all good. There's there is the splash screen or whatever, the thumbnail for the YouTube. You might be going, what is this about? well, it's actually the video is made with stock footage, and there's a section right at the end of the song which gets a bit surreal. And this guy appears in there, and there we are. Anyway, whatever. But now let's get back to Phi. So what I did yesterday in Phi, I managed to, I had to refactor a little bit the way the rules work. So now for the language, the expressions, I've simplified them so that you can only put in watches, as I call them. That's when you're checking for something to change. It's only able to look at individual variables and not have expressions in here, because I decided that really wasn't worth the complexity, and it's not necessary for the language, I don't believe. We'll see. And then added the facility for being able to list a bunch separated by commas, and the rule is if any of these change, then it executes this. So this line is basically saying update the position of the cube in the scene when the variable changes in the language. How open nugget window. How run nugget window.
Running nugget window server.
Now the computer downstairs should have actually booted up by now. I just want to see if that's the case. I'm getting into, yes, it's called Daisy is the name of the computer downstairs. It is called Daisy. And Microsoft Teams, amazing, Steam, JavaScript error occurred. Oh, these, I got off. Speed fan is running. But what I'm interested in here is, I think, I have voice attack.
Hello, Dino.
Hello, Hal. Was that your
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, exactly. Is that your anticipation, Hal? Because I might be about to work on you a bit. So, which was the song, the tune I had for you, Mike? What was your theme? What was your theme? Do you have a theme? Was that the talk yesterday with about my Acorn System 1? Look at all these people, memories, Stay a While Forever, Steve Finlayson. Do you remember Steve Finlayson? He ended up with one. You're themeless. Are you to remain themeless? Tropical Banana Man. Useless Pony. Yeah, some of these might get... Matt Cod had a theme. These are things that they'll need to get claimed, otherwise they will get, you know... Where's Zag's one? Which theme did you have, Zag? But he did not like it and asked me to stop using it. Oh, all right. But which was yours? Well, there's an easy way of finding out. Is I can start. Oh, I've got myself distracted already. But that's all right. I'm planning. Voice attack. And then if I look at the commands, so how look here are all the things that were there. And so what we had was is there a search? No, there's no search. Oh, maybe there is. Oh, yes, there is a search. Hal Zagoo. Did we used to call you Zagoo? Were you Zagoo? Zag. I don't know. Preview. Sound file does not exist. Okay. All right. So I'm just going to sort out the themes for people again. I'll try to bring it back. So where did I move it to? I might have... Okay. So what we're going to do is voice track. So we had that's it. Who is number one? Oh, right. My song 12 AIFF has been moved. So I'll have to come back to that. And then you want to claim Night Rain's one. Oh no, you want to claim Go to Sleep. Okay. See if I can find that. We'll come back. We'll come back to that. Right. Anyway, meantime, let's open up. So that's the dump of the current stack. So what I need to do now is to create a new language construct. This is to enable the code to modify itself, at least add to itself. And this is necessary because in the Phi language there is no program counter. There are no control flow statements. When you create an object and you want it to run some code, you want to have some code connected with an object, a thing, it literally has to add the rules for that particular object to the program. A program rules don't exist until the object exists. So what you have is a kind of template for the instructions that should exist when you bring that object to life. And so that I'm just thinking about, how to actually, the syntax, for it. At the moment I've got on begin add change. It's a bit clumsy. But there's a point where it has to change the state of the rules. In a sense, there's no difference between code and data in this model. So I need to say when I add the rule. So the rule is added at the beginning of this function in this case. I mean, strictly it would be on begin add on change. But I mean the I'm going to just keep it like that for now. So what I'll need to do is add this to the language, this particular construct, which basically says take this rule and add it. Mind you, that means that I need to be able to store the rule for future use. Architectural subconscious planning point. In other words, excuse to distract myself. I can see what I need to do, but I'm not really feeling where I should go with it. But I'll get that in a minute. I'm just asking my subconscious to do that, and it sounds weird, but it's actually exactly true. In the end, I learned to trust my subconscious. Whenever I was programming, I'd always find that I'd get distracted, feel a resistance to doing it, to proceeding. And when I feel that resistance, it basically means that the path is not clear because there's something I need to make a decision on. The thing is that sometimes I'm not even sure what that decision is, but it just feels that, not sure what the next step is. Then I work on something else, and when I come back and I feel what the correct thing it is to do. I think I've talked about that before. My song 12. Band. So that's my song 12 from GarageBand I have. But where did I put... Where did it go? That's the question. Users Dino downloads. I must have cleared out some space because I ran out of space. But I would have put that on a backup. So now the problem is I don't know where to look for it. All right. I had a project to index all my files. I could go and... Well, actually, why don't I do this on P? SSHP. I could SSH into P from here. It's my NAS, network address storage. Can I access P from here? SSHP. SSHP. Oh yeah, I can access P from here. I've set up the keys, all right. Yeah, you can. It doesn't mean that you can just work on. It's fine to work on anything that you feel more certain about. It doesn't mean you have to procrastinate. Sort of in a wasteful way. All right. Well, what I could try and do here. On there, I can do find dot minus iname star dot aiff slash temp slash out. So it's searching. I'm searching the NAS right now to locate that file. It should be around somewhere. Artificial wisdom. Don't save. Okay. So I think what the first thing I need to do here is figure out how to make a rule because this needs to be parsed, and when it's parsed it needs to create a rule. Normally the rule would be added in as part of the virtual machine of MakeCube here. Oh, there's a mistake. But in this case, I don't want it to add. I don't want to add it to the virtual machine of, you know, MakeCube function. It needs to be stored in the virtual machine of MakeCube as a rule which should be added. Part of the complication, though, is the question. This starts getting complicated because it's the question of which context does this apply to? Where does it add the rule? Does it add the rule in MakeCube? If I add the rule in MakeCube, then that's not going to work, because changing the position changing the value of the position of the object is going to happen in the upper context, in the global context, and MakeCube doesn't exist once the cube is made. So that's an interesting problem as well. It's like I need to tell it which context because I need to know which virtual machine to add it to. I'm going to have to, yeah, so this starts to get a little complicated. I'm going to have to look at the where I make the rules. It's probably in parsing. There's new rule. Right, let me see where the function. I'm trying to remind myself. Oh, look, when I add a function, I push the context and then I pop the context, and this is in parsing. So yeah, it gets added in the wrong. I'm inside a function, but I don't want to add it to, well, I need to add the begin add is in this function, but this needs to be added in the global scope. How do I know the scope in which to add it? Right. Now, as it happens, I can find the scope because I can look at item in this case. It could infer the scope from item because item will be pointing, will be a reference to the variable cube. But I kind of don't like the idea of having to make it you know, of it being implied. I mean, what happens if I put, yeah, that's is an interesting point. You know, can I, could I add rules to inside this function? I suppose I could. I have self-modifying function, or a function, when it runs it adds a rule. That's kind of interesting. I don't know where that's going, but we could. It's probably a bad idea. All right, I have to think a little more, which gives me the opportunity to check to see what is going on with it. Didn't find it. That is distressing. Have I lost the thing? Maybe I moved it onto the storage I had attached. My Sharkoon thing. I have 8 terabytes over here. This was attached to the computer downstairs, so probably what happened is I must have backed up the stuff to that. So I'm just going to plug this guy in. And where are we with this? Well, it might be enough just to turn it. Ooh, it's powered. Okay, and then we just need to plug it in, plug it in. Cable. That's not the one. Oh, it comes down. Here we go. All right. Plug it in. Doobie doobie doo, doo. Okay. So, boom. Now, there are going to be 2 volumes in here, and it looks like neither of them say anything like backup. This is beginning to look a little unfortunate. I would never normally delete the downloads folder. I wouldn't delete the downloads folder without backing it up. So I seem to have mislaid it. Unless it's on one of the other... Well, I guess what I did was when I was working on videos down there, I was using this as backup storage. For the videos. Do I have backup storage for the videos at the moment? Yes, I do. I do. It's probably on another hard disk. What do we have here? A hard disk. Because I had it set up so that there are two 4 terabyte drives, and the video production work was just duplicated on both to make sure that I had a backup. Alright, well, let's try this guy. What do we have here? Stuff. Karina, funky show. Only want to sing the blues. Archive. Okay, so what I'm going to do is just get a script running on this guy, which is volume F. And I'll look for AIFF files. Oh, you know what I did wrong? I was being an idiot. I really, that was so silly. I actually piped the output. I thought it was weird there were none. So it's probably good. You see, the thing is, it's probably good that I've got that disk out anyway, because it's probably something I need to look at. But these are actually all the AIFFs on there, and there's a few, but I don't know if there's... There it is, my song 12. Got it. It was there all the time. So what I can do then is an rsync of, well, yeah, okay, from here rsync /temp/out Should we try that again? Rsync Dino at, I'm Dino anyway, p / temp / out dot. Lovely. Is that great? That's the file I just had. That's out. grep -I 12. Well, my dot star 12 of out. There it is. Rsync p z / downloads / my song AIFF. I've got to push this in and you can see this a bit better. Just get that old file out. P la 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 dot. It didn't like that. It doesn't like the fact that yeah, I had this come up at spaces in rsync. It doesn't like it. I can't remember what the solution was, but anyway, there is one, but let me just escape it. It should work then. That's it. And so there is, oh right, yep, no, that's correct. My song AIFF sig start my song AFFF. VLC media player, always use that. Okay, yeah, funky. That's good. So what I'm going to do then is just create a make directory HAL. I'm going to just have a HAL directory. Move file / my song AFFF whatever into HAL / zag theme dot AIFF. And then we'll go to voice attack and a new command. HAL zag is, well, he's not here. You know, HAL play zag theme. Other sounds, play a sound. To see dee 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 dee. Preview. Legacy audio mode requires valid WAV file. What? Try selecting integrated components or windows from the options screen. Which option screen? It was all going so well. It's like, where is the, yeah. Audio, not legacy. Windows media components. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
All right, that didn't break anything, so that's good. And when we can try. Well, I mean, it's fine if that's what you want to do. I find that it's a lot quicker just to learn sed and awk. Once you've learned sed and awk, you can just imagine if every time you needed to grep something you threw together a little C program. Hal, play Zag theme. Yeah, I think that Zag's theme. Yeah, it's kind of funky, isn't it? Yes. That has a real live. I don't know if it's a real guitar or if that guitar was the GarageBand guitar, but it has a real recorder. That sort of flutish sounding thing is actually me playing the recorder. You wouldn't think you could use a recorder on a heavy track like that, but apparently you can. It turns out you can do anything you want. The sky is the limit. Rsync. What was I doing? Oh yeah, P, Z. We go from there to this. And catchy, it's going on my head still. Let's see if we get this one. Oh, it didn't like that one. No such file, a directory. It's hang on. That was distressing. Maybe I have to put it like this. Aha! I don't understand why, but that's fine. So at this point, we can move and go to sleep because we haven't seen that guy. Can't even remember his name now for a very, very long time. Mic theme. And then we can add that. So we've got the start of themes. And let's duplicate this one. think it'll be quite a while before I'm making another one. Bum 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 bum. How? Play mic theme. So you are you okay with go to sleep then? We just, well, you got it now. There we are. The return of themes. It's quite nice to hear that. I haven't heard that in a longer. But the owner, I don't even remember who it was anymore. It's a long time. That's off. And in the end, it isn't their themes. It's my themes I give to them for when they're here. Otherwise, and they can be recycled. Otherwise, well, it's insane. Plus the fact that there's a pattern that often you make the theme for people, and as soon as you make the theme, they never appear again. It's like, oh, they didn't like the theme. Yeah. So, meanwhile, back at the ranch, I had this question that, about the context. When I add the rule, I need to know which context to add it to. Am I allowed to mix? Well, I suppose I could. I could mix internal, external rules which I add. I need to have a way of specifying which context. So on begin, add to context of item. If I was to be very English speaking, I did actually think about this. Should I do, does it make sense to do it like that? On begin, add to context of item. I suppose there's a kind of add rule for context at item. On begin, add rule for context at item. And I'm just going to keep it simple for now. There is something nice about doing very English thing in there. It's so much easier to read. On begin, add rule. I could just say that after that, the next thing it expects is the context. On begin, add rule. could just go add 4. Was it John Vella's? Oh, if it was, then he might come back. Yeah. I can't remember now. No, I don't think so. I would have heard it more recent. No, John Vella is a different one. John Vella has the jazzy one. Well, we can find out. We can take a look in the brain of Hal and say, Hal. And look for Hal. John Vella is here. And it plays the sound My Song 120. That was John Vella's theme. Yeah, that was interesting. I was listening to that, and it's that one. It's got some kind of MIDI piano and MIDI drums and MIDI bass, and they just sound completely dead and devoid of life. But it has 2 muted trumpets and the trumpet solo, which starts off sounding like a sax solo, and those are real. So it's weird how I don't think I can do that right now. I've been trying to get back into shape with the trumpet, right? But that really starts off sounding like a saxophone, which is really weird. But I might work on that tune when I do the jazz stuff, if I ever get to that. Interesting. Anyway, enough of that. Back to this. I've got to try and decide what I do with the language. I mean, I need to add a rule. So add 4 at item. Well, I suppose, because do I really want... It was. That's his theme. it was his theme. It is a long one, yeah, but sometimes long. I mean, you know, the humming was a long one. On begin, add for item on chain. I mean, do I really want this to add a rule for any other random stuff? And would it make sense to mix them? No. And would it make sense to mix contexts? No. Would it make sense for me to sort of on change, and I have the list of things, to take some variable from another context? No. Would it make sense to, well, I could do the change. I could reference variables from more than one context, couldn't I? Maybe. No. I'm making language decisions here. It's like, well, there is a local context, there's a global context, but there should only be one global context. I'm not really thinking about multiple global contexts, because that would defeat the purpose of the exercise. There's one global context. The local contexts are only really for specific functions that need to be done. So with temporary variables, if you will, that are used in order to execute some kind of function. Therefore, a deferred rule, or a rule which is added later, if I made it that it should only ever be done in either the current context or the global context, but not some other context, because if it's done in any other context, that suggests that context is persistent. Whereas the contexts for a function are not persistent by definition. That's one of the constraints I want to set. Otherwise, you're inventing singletons again. And you know how I feel about singletons. Yeah, so I actually think I don't need to specify the context. The context should be the global context. And the global context should always be accessible. Now, if I say that I'm only allowed to add a rule or modifying the code by adding code to whatever, can only be added to the global context. And I think that makes sense. So what I need to do then is to say on begin, I don't need to specify a context. It will check to make sure that the context, no, it could make sure that everything concerned in here is, well, yes, by what I've said, everything in here has to be in the global context. Although in theory, the way that I made it, that would suggest that all references, this gets complicated, all references need to be in the global context. Which means there was no point in me putting in all of the code that I put in for dealing with contexts, because I can leave that in, but well, it's actually not quite, well, okay, it's probably good to leave it in, but I can't have anything persistent in another context. suppose if I was doing all the stuff I was talking about where I could do optimizations, I could potentially have multiple running contexts. But they cannot be allowed to... Or can they? Could they communicate with each other? I could modify the variable of something running in one context and another context. Yeah, I guess. So it could be that, yeah, it's all difficult to see clearly here, but I think for now what I'll do is leave the idea of contexts for identifiers in place, but I'm going to place a restriction, which is that the on the add for adding a rule can only be added in the global context for now, and then maybe later if I want to modify that in some way I can. And I can modify it later. So, when I understand what the use case for that would be. So what I'm going to do is say on language add on change. Add rule, but I'm going to stick to this. On begin add, and then it expects to have the rule which is meant to be added. And in parsing, I need to parse this just like I do normally, but it needs to be stored somewhere. Well, I know. No, I know it's right because that's literally the language. What I would say to Hal, I would say, play, you know, Vela's theme. So that's how I know it's right. Look. When I said, Hal, John Vela is here. And it plays the sound. It says, it used to say, hey, John Vela, you're a lovely fella. And wait until it completed, and then it would play his theme. And his theme would be the jazzy one with the trumpet. So I think it's pretty much conclusive. All right, so let's try running this and see what happens. We shall get extraneous input expecting identifier. I still don't have I don't have any error numbers, but it doesn't tell me the line number of the error yet, but well, let me just comment out that, and then I think, oh, it still didn't like that. What does it not like? Extraneous input add. All right, I think I need to just undo what I've been doing here. Is I've done something. No. I'll comment out that. Oh. That's distressing. I'll stop commenting out lines. It's because I ended the stream last night sort of messing about with my example case here. Right, let's just get it to the point where there's no error, and then I'll reintroduce the lines. Oh yeah, that's it. It doesn't quit because it's got an update function now. That's fine. No, it doesn't like that. On change, oh, right. Yes, I know the problem. Problem is that this, I changed this, this had cube on it, and then I put @item, which was correct. In fact, actually, you can see here there's cube, but same thing here. But when I changed the rule, the way that rules work, it's no longer a full expression. I need to be able to handle references. Okay, so that's what I need to fix now. I mean, it's possible if I look at this, might be in here. That was useless pony. No. Useless Pony was all the way back to the stream for Kickoff Revival. That's how far back we have to go. So so in order to do that, I need to look at the language file. And so what we had was a watch is a watch expression. And the only thing that's permitted in that is it's an identifier. But in actual fact, I need it to be able to be a reference as well. Well, I think a lot of the people who, some of the regulars who were there, they, you know, I'm not streaming on Twitch. If it was useful, a useful donkey. keyboard's in the way here for the key. Computer keyboard. It's got a bad connection, this thing. So what I need to do is figure out how I'm going to handle that, because what I can do is have either an identifier, all right, yeah, because I need to also be able to handle references. A bit of duplication then. I lost the ability for it to handle references when I simplified. So I think a W expression needs to be any of the, but instead of identifier, it's got to be identifier or reference. I'm doing these all lowercase. Identifier or reference. Identifier or reference, where an identifier or reference is defined as either an identifier well, that's not completing, but anyway, it's an identifier or an op reference followed by an identifier. We'll see what happens there. A task was cancelled. Well, what does that mean, ladies and gentlemen? A task was cancelled. I don't know about you. Yes. How? Complain to Microsoft.
Hello, Dino.
Never mind. What we have to do is, there is no solution to this other than restarting Visual Studio. How? Open Fi project.
Opening Fi project.
Yes, Microsoft. Or should I call you useless pony? That'll be the code word. The code word, not a guideline. Unterminated rule. I always forget to terminate my rules. You must always remember to terminate your rules. Okay, and then it worked, which is a bit suspicious. Well, I don't know if it worked, but what it did was it passed it. And it probably... Right. Because I added this on change item created I suppose I could test this out if to make just seems unlikely that that would have worked. Hello. We'll see. We'll see if this works. So I'm just getting rid of. I'm not putting that in. All that's happened is it will make the cube, and then say it should print hello when the cube has been made. And we do on begin clear graphics, on change graphics cleared, make the cube. I'm going to try that. It doesn't like it because I put a semicolon in. All right. Well, it worked, but it did not print hello. And the reason it did not print hello was because this rule did not fire. And the reason the rule did not fire is because I haven't implemented a dereference on a rule, which now does not work. Let's have a look. And I thought if I said cube created, on change cube created, why? Because the context of this cube created is going to be internal to here, so that's not working either, because it's going to be in the local context because it's not a reference. On the other hand, I can do the following. Make cube, just to test, make cube will, as a side effect, create cube created. So after making the cube, if I say when cube created is changed, print hello, this should work. I should get hello after the cube is printed. Created, cube created, it prints hello. So okay, that's good. So in fact, let's just do this. On cube create, I'm going to just set up a test case where that, you know, it's like on change of any of these, update the cube. So that's just saying it literally. I'm also going to put in a rule on change cube dot created, set the position of the cube. And I'm just specifying it literally here. So the whole thing I'm trying to do is to, in effect, create a constructor-like mechanism in Phi. So I've just got rid of that for now and put everything explicit here. So make cube is not really even a necessary. I could just put that in line as well. But when the graphics have cleared, it is going to make the cube, which it does. And when the cube is created, it'll print hello. And also on when the cube is, and it doesn't actually matter about the order of the lines, but just for visual human readability here, on change cube.created print hello. On change cube.created also do, I could probably in the end put brackets to sort of group these. Oh, actually, well, you know, I could actually just put them all on the same line. It wouldn't matter. On change cube created print hello. On change cube created cube.pos.x equals 10. So basically it's setting an initial position of the cube once the cube is created. And when the cube position changes, you update the cube. And finally, to animate it, on change of frame count, which is generated internally, that is a way of checking to see if the next frame has happened. It's going to add 10 to each of X, Y, and Z of the cube position. And so that's working. That's all good. Now what I want to do is to put these inside here, because this is functionality that should be part of the cube when I create it. Right, so, and it did print hello, just to check, yes. I think a good place to start here is to just move this rule up to here. And so I wanted to print a message when the cube is created. Of course, here I don't say cube literally, it is whatever the name of the cube is going to be, because I pass in a reference. I think that makes sense. When the cube is made. Right, so this won't work. It won't print hello. I already checked that before, and it doesn't print hello because I do not have this working. It probably ignores the @ In fact, what I will do is have a look at the rule. In fact, if I just simplify here a little bit to help the debugging, I'm just commenting out all of these rules, and it should just make the cube. Well, it will never make the cube because there's no rules. On begin, graphics cleared, make cube, right? Oh no, on begin, make cube. So this just says when it runs, call make cube. And we can see it assigned argument 0, which was a cube, which is literal identifier to item. It's just showing the assignment to the arguments of a function. But now if I go and look in here, we should see when I process the watch, I think it's called add watch. We do add watch, and we'll look at where we add those, and it's here. So I can just put a breakpoint in there and just see what we get when we arrive here. I'm looking at the expression construction, which consists of a list, which consists of currently at item created. It literally took the at and took it literally because of the way that I changed the way that I changed it. It literally took it literally. So it said this is name is at item. So I need to modify the parser to handle this. Now, if I look at the language specification, I see that identifier op reference identifier. So am I going to actually... Yes, I need to... What I think I want to do is this. If I... Identifier, and this case hash, is used for W expression identifier, or this, which is W expression watch expression dereference, right? So if I'm and then I need to do that at the end. So there will be functions that called for this particular combination, so that I can see when this is being passed. Just that should actually not change anything for now. It should still just behave the same. Yeah, and it does. And now I can intercept that. An assignment operation. Sort of drifted off there. Right. Let's have a look at where I do the parsing of the watch stuff. It's somewhere around here. Oh, here, right. Well, you can see on there where it was. So, what did I call it? W expression. Right, so if I just type in W expression like so. Ah, there we are. What was that? Right, so if I'm visiting that, then I add the watch. Now what I could do is change it to W expression identifier. That should deal with the identifier case, but I need to add one to deal with a watch that is this will need to deal with one that's a watch that is a reference. And so that one is dereference. Like so, and here I can say error. No, we'll try that. Bad. And that's fine because it got there. It's detected a reference. So what we can do is get that string. And I'll just check what the string has in it. Yeah, it still has the at. Now what happens if I put a space? Just curious, what happens if I put a space between the at and the item in here? What happens? Should have hit the breakpoint. Let's try that again. There we go. Now what's this say? Yeah, it doesn't really make any difference. It's always going to get, and just confirm that by commenting out that line and making sure that I don't get that error occurring. Yeah, that looks good. So I can simply remove that thing, or maybe doing this, we go blah 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 blah. I wonder, I haven't tried doing this, but I wonder if it's possible to follow that identifier with this, like that. And if I do that, will we get an error? Yeah, okay, well, it doesn't allow for that. I mean, unless I guess what I could do is say an op reference is followed by an identifier, but I could actually just change that to W watch ref identifier, and as a rule you do one, you have to do all of these, so that I have to keep that in there. But then this would say this is a watch identifier, and I can go in here and do, oh, this is quite nice. Is an identifier, like so. And this, I give it the name of W expression, watch expression, dereferenced identifier. Now if I do that, then it saves me having to mess around removing the at, because what I think should happen is I can ignore this. I just have to replace it with that. If I go and look at this and change to that, and this and change it to that, and we'll try again. Oh, failed. Mismatched input expressions. Where are you? Mismatched input. Ah, right. That is an error from no, that was an error from Antler. Come on, that should work. Ah, okay. Yeah, that didn't though get. This never got called. Dereferenced identifier never got called. Oh, identifier. Now I suspect that, yeah. I did a copy and paste, so that's why I didn't get a compile error. Never hits the breakpoint, and that I don't understand, because that should have worked. It says identifier reference. Yeah, it's because I still have it commented out. Huh. Right, try again. Okay, so it got there, and now hopefully it just says item. So that worked. It got rid of the at, because now we just get to this point, we have the dereferenced identifier in the past. So then at this point, what do I do? In expression construction, let's just copy this part here. In this expression construction, I said add identifier, but actually what I want to do is add something else. Did I implement add reference? No. So how did I add a reference? Expression construct, it just literally added the operator because it goes onto the stack normally. Yeah. But I'm not using the execution stack anymore here. It's just more of a literal thing. So if I could just do add identifier and break out of that and just go to the reference of this, or the definition I should say of this, and that is this guy, and we can add reference, and if the function name okay. Do I even use... I don't think I even use add identifier. Oh, I do. Oh, there. And also in visit argument. Okay. I'm not sure about this cheesy local scoping. I don't think that's actually used anymore. So I think that's obsolete. So what I shall do is just put a thing in here and say obsolete. And then if that gets called, I'll find out, won't I? Otherwise I need to add a reference. I don't think I need to check the function name. We'll find out if I need to. Pushback expression item operator identifier, but this is actually going reference to the let's just see where else that's used and make sure. Okay. So, and then the function name, I literally just need to say this str. Like so. So what should happen there is I'm pushing the reference to the thing. I'm adding it as a reference. Well, we'll see if that works. Oh, look, I had some code for add reference. Oh, yeah, but that's before. Yeah, that's an old thing. Yes. Okay, well, that was before I did a thing. Right. Add. I come to here. Okay, let's just run that and with the breakpoint, and we'll see where it goes. Blah blah blah. And then here we have xcon identifier thingy. The string is item, and it says identifier. Right? Now that's not what needs to happen here. This should be add reference. Let's try again. It's on there. It goes in. It's going to push back this with the string is just item. So it says it's a reference. Item holds a reference to something. Now that caused an error because watch must be an identifier. Well, now it can be an identifier or a reference. I think at this point we can use a good old switch statement. So we'll put that in there like so. The case for this switch statement is going to be let's start with that one. So here we do break, and this we can move up to there. No, what's it? If it's an identifier, done. And what we do is it gets the value of the variable. However, if it's a reference, then it needs to do some indirection operator reference to, and if that is there, and then we have the default case and the end of the switch statement. And the error that we put now is invalid operation, and I can also then print it. I have an instruction for printing those. I can't remember what that was called now. Operator to C string, yes, that's it. So, and that's going to be x0 at op one thing I don't like is that why am I doing that x0? So that is expression item is e is going to equal x0, and then in here I can just say e.op val equal e say e.op. I think that looks correct. Right, and then I just have to implement this, which needs a level of indirection. So now references only. Yes, now this will get interesting. Let's just do it naively first of all. So what I'm going to do is I need to, well, I do need to do that because I need the context. I use the current context in order to do the dereferencing. What I get back from here is another expression item. The referenced value, I'll call it rval then. Right, so this value I need to get from the store, and then I need to use R value to get from the store again. So the first one gets from the store the variable that contains the reference, and then the second one is actually using the reference. I'm just going to put a breakpoint in there and see what happens. We have an expected end of file in macro expansion. Try that. It's missing a bracket. All right. Warning, no, error, cannot add two pointers. Oh, you are so right about that. Weird, but I don't think about it. There's a debug line, not worth thinking about, unless it still doesn't like it. Sprintf cannot convert argument 3. Oh, right, because this is a sprintf thingy. %s. Comma. And we are there now. It's compiled. It is running. We hit the breakpoint. It adds the reference. It runs. It goes and evaluates the watch. Needs to evaluate a watch that is a reference. The first thing that happens is it takes the value of the thing, which is item. and it then puts the correct context in. So now this actually has the correct context, which is the local context, because it's executing within a function. And then I need to get from the store this value, which is getting it from the local store. So it failed there. That's a shame. Retry. Get store. Access of a variable must be with a valid expression item. It must be an identifier. Oh, right. That is true. I need to fix my code, for I have made a silly small mistake. The thing might be a reference to, but in order to get from the store, as currently implemented, it needs to be treated as an identifier. So I need to just say val op equals operator, and we turn it into an identifier, because it is actually an identifier. It's an identifier that's a reference. Then I can use that to get what this is storing, which should be a reference. This should come back as a reference. Maybe I need to put a check there, make sure that, trying to dereference something that was not a reference would be the error that I would get there, but we'll see. So we go blah 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 and blah. This time it was happy, and what it got back was, yes, very nice, it's a literal identifier. So this type is, it's key. A literal is in effect a reference. It means that this is an identifier, literally. Means don't look up the value of, well, what does it mean? What's the difference between that and identifier? Oh, whatever. Anyway, I don't worry about that. I think I've added an extra type that maybe will get optimized out later when I refactor. But anyway, what I have is that, and I need to check for that. If rval.op is not equal operator literal identifier, if that is the case, then we need to have an error, the error being expected a literal identifier. That'll do for now. Oh, come on, right. And then I could do state, get current, watch current, whatever on this second one. Let's just run this test case again. So there's the parsing stage. Here's the execution stage. We're looking at this watch. It was a literal identifier, and it is going to refer to cube, and probably this is the global context, and we will see. It didn't like that. Assign. What was the? Let's retry and see what we got. Access of a variable must be with a valid expression item. Aha! We had that again. And the reason we had it again is because I did it again. What we get back is a literal identifier, but in order to use it to access something, we need to turn it into an identifier. Let's try this again. I've got lots of checks in here because otherwise it gets too difficult to debug, right? So some of these will go away, no doubt, in the end. So it's set up the watch. The question is, nothing happened. Well, no, nothing broke, but nothing happened. It failed to... Oh. Right, so the problem here is to do with the fact that I have this dot. And because I'm not using the normal expression parsing for watches anymore, because I'm using a simplified version, the problem is that you shouldn't even have been able to parse it. That's the bit that's confusing me. That's the bit I do not get. Bit I do not get. Because if I look at the language specification, we can see that that dot will not be, is not part of the definition of an identifier. So what happened to it? It should never have parsed, but it did parse. So I need to figure out why. I would have expected some kind of error, and that is confusing me right now as on why did I not get an error. So what we can do is just look at where dot it gets parsed. It didn't. Mysterious. The definition of op reference is simply an at. I'm not using this expression here anymore. I'm just using this for handling that case. Also, are there any other dots in here? No. At the moment, all the others are commented out, so the only dot is this one. And it shouldn't be handleable. If I look at the language specification, when we look at a watch, is defined as a W expression, well, at least one, and then they're separated by commas, optionally. We have identifier or reference. Oh, here's op dot. Oh, right, there's the dot. Yeah, that's why. Yeah, it doesn't generate any code that it doesn't generate a call, this dot, because it's inside that. So I need to, that's why I didn't generate an error. Okay, well, now what I need to do is we can have it must call op dot, must call identifier or reference twice. Yeah, it must do. Let me check, because it would call it for the two either side of the dot, one of which was a reference and the other one which is not. So let's have a look. Oh no, because I haven't put a breakpoint on the identifier. So what I'm expecting to see is that it should hit that one, because that's the reference, that's the item, and then it comes and finds there was this identifier, and this identifier is not rare yet. Here we go. Is called created. So that explains that. That's this item created. I need to look at this in order to construct. Oh, damn. The problem there is that I need yeah, this started to get complicated because I went and refactored full expressions out of watches. I lost the ability to do dereferencing, so I've just put that in, but I've now also lost the ability to build up paths. The problem with building up the path is that I need to, basically I need to, oh damn, I need to continue using an expression, or at least cut down version of it. But cut down version of it, I need to create a whole nother expression parser. I really don't want to do that. So basically it becomes put it back the way it was. Put it back the way it was, so that it's actually using expressions instead of identifiers, because at runtime I need to dereference parts of a path. You see, because it's got like at item, could be anything at runtime. So then it needs to have that and also hold the path thing. Well, maybe I can do a cheat for now. I was thinking, is there going to be a situation where I'm going to need to have a reference inside a path? That just feels like too airy-fairy, really. It's like, say, well, at item dot at foo. It's like, okay, so you need to dereference to this and then dereference that and then concatenate them. It just like, that feels like that's not useful, and it's difficult to figure out why you'd want to do it or how to even implement it or what it means. In the end, references are probably going to be constrained to being global anyway, so the only valid place would be at the as the beginning, so that you specify a reference dot something, but not a reference dot a reference. I mean, in C you can't do that. You can't have a reference dot a reference. It's like, what the hell? I suppose you could try and make something like that. So with those constraints, I actually probably don't need to have a full expression parser. What I can do is extend what this expression construction. Oh, well, yeah, actually I can make expressions any way I like. The expression is a list of expression items, and so there's nothing to stop me. Yes, it's already in the code. It's a list, and I'm just taking the first item when it comes to dealing with a watch. This was just an identifier, but why don't I can put it in parts, and it just has to concatenate them. And that's really, yep, okay, right, okay, that's all good. I know what to do. But I need to take a break. So I'm going to take a break. And while I take a break, we can have a video. What should we have? We'll have a video. What video? I'm going to have a look around what I can dig out. Don't look at how many people are watching. You really don't want to look at that. It makes no sense at all looking at that. Then you can carry on even if there's nobody watching. Yeah, so we've seen that one before. La 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 la. Nobody's here. I love those kinds of ironies. They're really, really good. Just Mike. Yeah. Oh, Mark is not here. He's a very. Would you like a theme, Mark? Am I showing desperation? It's like, Mike, do you want a theme? Please, you could have a theme. Here's an improvisation. Bit of jazz. A bit of jazz. This was well, we'll have to find you one. Jasmine, oh my word, who's this? I was younger then. you can see a few of my guitars. Different guys up here. That one is the cherry red Washburn jazz guitar. That one is a solid body Hofner that belonged to my cousin in 1960s. And that one is my other Washburn, the one I've had since forever. And then that is my violin. So in 2012 I already had that violin. It's really that old. I mean, I've had it that long. That's a 1915 violin. It's over 100 years old. And it's all carved. And then this is a Martin, I believe. And that is my mixing desk, which has long since perished. And this guitar is a Hagstrom, which is currently in storage. It needs some care. But look at that. This was when I was broadcasting on YouNow. Yes. And not many broadcasts survived. This is one of the ones that did, because they purged them all. They deleted all my broadcasts. They deleted everyone's broadcasts. It's just like, well, thank you so much. And there was even original stuff, like improvised stuff, that's disappeared forever. And yeah, it was funny because I was starting to get somewhere with YouNow when I first went there, and it was like they had these ranking pages and so on, and I was going up. I was almost at the top of the charts, and then they got rid of them just as I was about to get there. Thank you so much. They're a bit fools. You don't want to go there now. I mean, I did check it out a little while ago. It was like, oh my God, please, no. Full screen is unavailable. But I am in full screen, so how come it's who knows? Look at that. I was young and foolish.
Jasmine, keep it up. I've got a round of jazz. I don't know what the next tune is. It's random selection. Tune up, we just did that one. Round Midnight. Oh, it's probably the best jazz tune ever. I can't do it justice.
2, 3, 4.
I should actually learn the proper tune that I can, the actual tune, and play it sometime. Tune.
I was just saying there's quite a few bum notes in there. Anyway, yes, the guitar's a real guitar. I don't did it? The video was a bit sort of jerky there, wasn't it? But that was I used to do then was just have random tunes coming up on my, you know, my iPad, random jazz tune, and I just play along by ear. So anyway, what I need to do at this point. Thanks, Mike. Oh, now what I need to do, there was something much more important than this, phi thingy, and that's figuring out Mark and a theme for Mark. So the question there is, what theme can we repurpose? What's your taste? Well, we'll do that as we go. What's your taste in music, Mark? What kind of music do you like? Yes, it's that question. Waiting for the answer. Maybe Mark is not here now, as the jazz sent him away. I don't know. Well, I hate jazz. Yeah. I think what I need to do here is when I... Oh, hang on. Oh, you like the kind of techno thing. I think I've got a few of those. There was one I made, I think was quite nice, that I made for Night Rain, and he never really appeared, or we hardly ever heard it. I think that might be a good one. Maybe you can claim that one. I make a lot of music in lots of different styles. So let's have a look. Howl Night Rain is here. Yeah, there is one. No, that one, I don't know if you could hear that. It's like oh, you like that? Because that's more like Riders of the Storm. That was what that was inspired by. Oh, well, have a listen. Have a listen through and you see if you like it. Oh. I've been muted for so long. How long have I been muted? Never mind. You could hear 4 audio files and not the mic. I've been muttering nonsense. You haven't missed anything. I've just been setting it up. And so we get the opportunity to hear it again because we have to test it. Okay. Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. You're a bastard, Hal. You do realise that, don't you? It's like you're so moody. Hello, Hal. Why do you do this? Look, I even sprayed WD-40 into your flipping microphone connector. You're not happy, are you? Look, I have to wiggle your ears. What are you, a bloody Ferengi? Hello, Hal. I've upset you. You recognise the word upset. Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
Okay, are we... You know, do you want me to apologise or something? Hal, play Mark theme. You have a theme. Congratulations. It was Pastino. How did you find that out? Pastino's theme. Yeah. Certainly wasn't asleep when he was playing Kickoff Revival. God. Was that loud? Really? That was loud? I'll check the... Tell you what I can do then. Play Mark theme. Let's have a look at that. There we go. Yeah, it is a little loud for some reason, so I'm just going to take the volume down. There we go. Yeah. Very loud theme compared to my mic level. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I could turn up the mic level a little bit. I mean, why not? I mean, you know, then you can have a very loud... No. Everybody now is going, no, don't do it. Yeah. Themes. Where was I? Oh, yeah, here. Right, so we got that sorted out. Tropical Banana Man has a theme. If he shows up again, you'll hear it. Haven't seen him for a little bit. Do 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 do. So what needs to happen basically is that when we have either of these being executed, you know, well, I there, add identifier, add reference, it already does it, right? Oh, yeah, but there's the dot. And the reason why, right, yeah, okay, right, sorry, I'm just resetting my, what we need to do is when the dot happens, oh, well, actually, you see, it does this and it adds the what, right, okay. Visit watch. Alright, hang on. Reset. We have that W expression. I need to see that as well. I need to have that unless it's in there. W. Do we have any others of these? No. Alright. So the first thing I need to do is change this to visit WEXPR. Welcome to WXPR, your local geeky radio. Here's, we believe in expression. I wonder, WEXPR context, right? And set a breakpoint there. He doesn't like it. He's resilient. We need to do the little tiny thing. He's smarter than the average programmer. Alright, let's see what we're doing that. Right. Blom, 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 blom. Okay. In case you're wondering what I was doing there, it was Yogi Bear. Right. Who was smarter than the average bear? I need to put breakpoint there. Right. So does that get called? It does. And then you see, well, let's see the order because that can be a bit confusing of these three. When parsing, the first one that we get is the dereferenced identifier. And we get an identifier. And then we get double expression. So this is, I can now spread the construction of this amongst these three functions. I mean, it's actually fairly painless. The add watch exp construct. Let's try, shall we, doing this. You know, I always say that. Let's do this, shall we? Do you know where that comes from? I realise there's a whole bunch of things that I say and ways I say it, and they're all because of things that remind me. So when I say shall we, do you know where that comes from? That's a quiz moment. We'll do this, shall we? So what we have there is visit, double expression, blah blah blah, visit children, blah blah, finished, add watch, clear. Right. No, it's not Star Trek. And it's not Goodies. TBM's theme. Oh yeah, yeah. TBM's theme has a harp in it. I'm serious. TBM's theme actually has a real harp in it because I've got a harp. It's not what this. It's a lever harp. Just over here. That features in The Garden. The Garden is a track that's coming out not so far off. I mean, we basically finished that one. The Garden track, The Garden, which was a real bastard to get. I mean, we had so many problems with that one. But it's got whipped into shape. And there's a video all ready to go. That could be the next release. I had actually decided not to do B-sides anymore. You know why? Because the problem is that I have to put the B-side up. So I have to pay for that on CD Baby. And then it doesn't generate interest. It was kind of an interesting experiment between I Only Want to Sing the Blues and Man with a Mission. The reason why I Only Want to Sing the Blues has got something like 3,000 something views is because I advertised it. Man with a Mission, no advertising. It's got like nothing. 1/10 of the views. So then I don't want to advertise. And it's like £4 a day or something advertising. When you consider how much it costs to actually do in terms of studio time, it's nothing. I do this because I want to, but it's not exactly cheap. But I don't want to be advertising 2 tracks at the same time. So Hummin' was going to be the B-side of God and the River, but Hummin' will come out as the next release, and then maybe after God and the River, and then probably The Garden will come after that. And The Garden has harp in it. It's actually got a full harp in it from a harpist called Ellie, but then there's also sort of incidental harp, a few little simple. I can't really play the harp, but I mean I can use it for effect, if you know what I mean. And so that's on there. But Tropical Banana Man's theme has a harp. I would like to listen. I'd like to listen to it again, but that seems wrong if he's not here. So I'm going to resist the temptation. So Hummin' has been remixed, and because the Hummin' track before was just something I mixed on my iPad. It wasn't done in the studio. And so I said to Simon, yeah, can we whip this into a bit of better shape? And so he's done a remix of it, and it sounds a hell of a lot better, I mean, in terms of production value, but it's still exactly the same track. There's no... Oh, it was a bit of editing. There was some editing done, just like in... You'll hear it when it's there, but it kind of makes sense the way it starts, and there's a point where a very tasteful little gap is put in. But other than that, it's basically the same track, but sounding better. And I was going to do a proper one, like go and say that was a demo track, but it's got something in it. It was like that probably if we did that, it would lose that moment. The TB303, no. Oh no. So yes, shall we? Nobody's figured it out yet. I can give you a clue. Your clue, here's the clue to that question, right? Of why is it that I say shall we? It comes from something from television. It was a television program. And your clue is, let's do the time warp again. That is your clue. Let's do the time warp again. Let's do the time warp again is your clue. So anyway, what will happen here is that I can sort of close off the expression when this gets called, and I'm building the expression in here. And so what we do is we add the identifier. That's very simple. And then down here we can go and you add the reference, and we take that off. And we'll just try this out, shall we? No. No. It's not Doctor Who. Unless you are in the UK, you're probably not going to be able to answer this. That the Rocky Horror Picture Show is indeed where the "Let's do the time warp again" comes from. But that isn't where "shall we" comes from. It comes from a different show that was on British TV. Now, here's the problem, is that it seems that I've got people who view this stream from different places. Like, I know Zag is in the US. I can't remember which part now. You mentioned it, but I've forgotten. And then where's Mike? Oh yeah, Australia. Mike's in Australia, and I think Mark is in America. And sometimes we occasionally get some people from Italy. Australia, yeah. Right, mate. Right, mate. Nah worries. But it's like, it's like, where are the viewers from the UK? And I don't think I have any or many anymore. They can't stand me. Because I've gone on about Brexit too much. But so unfortunately, it's quite likely that no one is going to get the answer to that question at 1:25 in the morning here. Highly likely. Ain't happening. Ow. Bad connection. This piano, I saw a video about dismantling this piano to fix this problem which these pianos suffer from, where there's bad connection. My fixing procedure is to very tastefully hit the piano with a rubber mallet. it's my preferred way of doing it because the procedure for dismantling this thing is so flipping complicated. It's just, honestly. So this is a perfectly nice piano, works, except there's one bad contact. There's a single bad contact inside. And so when that gives me trouble, I literally hit the damn thing with a rubber mallet until it works. You're just random. Look, are you being severed? Surely that was the French version. Sorry. Partridge. Alan Partridge. No. I'm going to just have to say it because nobody's going to get it. You're just thinking UK shows. All right. It was the Crystal Maze. The guy who ran the Crystal Maze, I can't remember his name. Damn it. I can't remember his name. You can look it up. The Crystal Maze. When it came on TV. That one where they used, like Escape Room. It was a show based on, Escape Room show. And he would always be sort of chaperoning the contestants around. And he always said, we'll lock you in now, shall we? He would just always say, shall we? I know, that's why you weren't going to get it. Shall we? And the way he said, shall we, it stuck with me. And so I end up saying, shall we? Sad. That is so sad. It was the Crystal Maze. And what's the Rocky Horror Picture Show connection? Richard O'Brien, thank you very much. And what is the Rocky Horror Picture Show connection? Richard O'Brien was the one who created the Rocky Horror Picture Show. So there we go. At least I hope he was. Otherwise, I've just made a fool of myself. I'm pretty sure it was Richard O'Brien. Anyway, are you being severed? It's just like... it's just... Well, are you being served? Well, you can soon find out with the power of the internet. Dino's wrong. Yes. So you could imagine there's a show about sort of set in the time of the French Revolution. But just as that's about, well, I don't know, they're still trying to keep their shop going in the middle of the French Revolution or something. It'd be, are you being severed? He also co-wrote the screenplay of the film adaptation, The Rocky Horror Picture Show, 1975. Wow. So it's actually older than Star Wars. I think that, well, actually, all right, so I got distracted with all of that, but basically getting back to this, it worked, and except I got this assert now, but that is where it was caught correctly, because when evaluating the current watches, it's found that it's got more than one expression item. And that's quite right, because it needs to concatenate them into a single identifier. So I think what I need to do is just refactor this a little bit. So what we have here is a loop. Oh no, wait a minute. Right, come on, pay attention, Dino. No, it's like, first of all, we don't care how many expression items we have now. But the next thing we need to do is we need one. So we need to combine them together. For which I need a nice for loop. So let's make the for loop. And then make the iterating variable y. And then in here, I need to build, who's that an expression of? I did it again. You'll never get, this is pointless, you'll never get this. Thing. Where do you think that came from? Yeah. I realise terrible. It's like all these little silly sort of affectations. They're all connected with British, with TV personalities or shows, or sometimes I wonder, is there anything of me in all this? Yeah, that's an interesting one. But anyway, on the Y, I need to write. What I can do is have an item E here, right? And then as I go through each of the expressions that I have, the first thing I need to do is see if e.op is equal operator. That one, operator, does not come from anything like that. Or does it? That thing of the posh sort of thing I sometimes sort of throw in. I don't know where that comes from. That could be just a... Oh. No, tell a lie. That one comes from not the 9 o'clock news. That one comes from Griff Rhys-Jones doing an impression of an actor. No, he didn't say it like that. Actor. I mean, if we can find that. That's like, I'm psychoanalyzing myself now. Let's see. Griff Rhys-Jones actor sketch. I don't know. video. Yeah, it'd be difficult to track down. But I remember that he was someone who would do that kind of thing. He could do it could do the impression of an actor, the stereotypical actor. So definitely. I grew up on not the 9 o'clock news. It was great. Nice video. Shame about the song. Plus ça change. The more things stay the same, right? So, operator none. So if that's operator none, then E is simply equal to Y. And I got this wrong. That shouldn't be that. It should be X. So if it's the first one, in effect, it just sort of copies that over. Otherwise... Oh, great. Right. If... it's a little more complicated. Yeah, I have to end up refactoring all this, which is just new code anyway. It was... Yeah, but it'll make sense. So what I need to do is... process. I'm basically constructing the identifier, and then I'll use the whole identifier when constructed from the parts in the second part. So what we can have here is, all right, okay, we go. I'm talking like that because language is not very efficient. You can only focus on one thing at a time with language, but thoughts, you can juggle a few things in your head at the same time if you don't have to describe it. So E equal Y, otherwise no. That's not quite correct. Yeah, I'm going to have to move this to the first part. So what's going to happen is the case of the operator identifier. Now that one, identifier, when I say that, it's a TV show. Well, when I was a kid, I watched TV. We all did. And all this stuff, you fill your head with all this rubbish. Identifier. I know where I got that from. It's not, just to be clear, it's not Pirates of the Caribbean. That one is the code. That's a more modern one. We're doing a bit of code as opposed to a guideline. I'm giving away all my secrets now. worth anything anyway. So what I'm doing is going through the loop, and then for each one I need to figure out what is going on. So if it's an identifier, that's absolutely fine. I should check to see if it's the first one or not. Yeah, this will make sense eventually. So e dot op, if it's not equal operator none, then we have an error condition, which is, no, we don't. I'm thinking ahead. We do not have an error condition. If it's, if the operator is none, it means that we haven't initialized e yet. We simply say e equals val, because there is nothing to do. It's the first one. Else, it's not the first one. Now, if it's not the first one, then what I need to do is construct a new one. So what I do is I say e dot text equals val dot e dot text plus a dot plus a val. I'm not worrying about efficiency right now. This is going to be looked at again later, but for now a path is just literally a string. So what I'm doing is appending the second one onto the first with a dot in between, and so that's fine. That will create I need to come back to that. That will just extend the path as required, building it up in E, which is the expression I'm building up. So that should be fine. It's all identifiers, all straightforward. Now if you do a reference to, this is the one that needs to check to see. A reference is only going to be allowed as the first one in a path, for reasons I nattered on about earlier. So operator none. If it's not equal that, we're going to make an error. I could put an assert in there. The reason I'm not putting an assert in there is because this is stuff to be, well, you know, if I put an assert, usually the asserts are taken out on a release build. I don't want these taken out on release builds. It's a good reason not to have it as an assert, I suppose. I don't know. Anyway, error, if op is not equal on error, can only have a reference as first item in a path error. And then that means, right, so now we know it's the first, and since it's the first, I don't need to worry about, I know it's going to be none. So and where did val come from anyway here? So val is actually y. So, and this should be y as well. So let's just check that. This is going through, yeah, so that's the y. If y dot op, oh dear, look at this. All right, blah 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 blah. Here this becomes e data equals current context state. This is to set the context. The E dot E equals Y. Set the context. Set the operator to be identifier. Oh, and here eop should also be an identifier. While we're there. State get store val. Val, no, is now called Y. So blah 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 blah. This is to do the indirection expected a literal identifier. We keep that the same. We convert our val op to an identifier, but instead of doing this, oh, expression item Q, it's a temporary, is going to equal Y. E Q dot data equals this, Q dot op equals that. We're going to get this and put it into E, is getting the store value of Q, right? Yeah, okay. Then if what I got back, which was E, is not equal a literal identifier, then we create an error message, and then it converts the operator, the type of that, right, to identifier ready for use. And then this will carry on in the loop until we've gone through all of them in the chain. Current. Right, so that should be the end of the for loop. That's correct. Once we've done that, we have E is the actual path that we've constructed, and one in which any indirection has already occurred. And then we get the current watch state get store. That, yeah, we get the current watch to set it, the current watch array to set it. We set ith element to what we get back when we feed. The result of constructing the path to the store. And this we don't need. And this we don't need. And that we don't need. And that is the answer. So I'm just going to check through this code. So we initialize I to 1. We create E, which is going to be the path that's constructed for each of the watches that we have. Okay, so there's an error. Code review. This needs to be position 1 down, because we need this to be reset every time for each watch. So it goes through each watch, it gets ready with this set is just empty, right? And then it goes, I go through each of the expressions that I have, which are all parts of a path that need to be concatenated, and then I switch on the one that I just found. And if it was an identifier, I check to see if E is E. If Y, sorry, if no, right, that was wrong. I'm not checking Y, I'm checking E. Is E empty? If it is, then I just assign Y to it and I'm done, because it was an identifier, everything's fine. It would run through the loop, come back and do the next one, take the next one, and if there is a next one, it's an identifier, then this is no longer none, and it goes to here and it does a dot and then adds this new one, so it's extending the path each time. Make sure that it's always setting this to an identifier. That is perhaps right. Error, no, it's no error, it would have already been an identifier. Well, I'm going to leave it in. I just put a note, it's probably not needed. And so operator reference to, this will happen if one of the elements in this thing is in fact a reference, in which case would need to be dereferenced. But the first thing I'm going to check is right, that's wrong, that's E, because it's this thing again, it's the same test that we had up here. If this is not none, then it means that we're attempting to put a reference after the first one in the path, and so it'll print this error message. Item Q equal Y. What am I doing here? I'm taking that Y, which is the element from the list, and I am going to do a dereference on it. First thing I need to do in order to achieve the dereference is I need to give it the state, the context, which is the current context. Then I change it to an identifier, and then I use it to get the value from the data store, from the variable value. It checks to make sure that the variable value is of type literal identifier, because that is the type of a reference which is stored. If it will generate an error if that is not the case. We're working now on E. Why are we working on E? Because this get store assigns it to E. Do we have a problem with we're building a path? No, the reason being that we can only get to this if it's the first one, so an assignment is absolutely fine. Make sure that what we got back from the store was a literal identifier. If it was, and we just change it now to an identifier, having validated that it was what we expected it to be. This can carry on after that being the first one to extend the path as needed. So all this mess here, this loop here, is all just about building a path, and yes, that would be rather slow, and there must be ways of optimizing that for later, but I don't care right now. Then e.data is state, current context state. So what I'm doing is setting the current. Is this valid? No. This, right. Okay, here we have an issue. If the first item is a reference, the context will have already been set because it's in the reference. I think a safe approach here is to say if e.data equals null, it means there was. It basically means that if e.data is null, it means that there is no context set. If there is no context set, so if there is no context set, then we set the context to the current context. And having done that, we get the value from this constructed path and put it where it needs to go, and then go do the next one. I think that looks right. All right, let's see if it blends. Error binary plus. What types am I doing here? What type is text? Go to definition. Is this STD string? I can add. Oh. Y.text. Oops. And that bill, I'm trying to run it. We'll see what kind of mayhem will be generated. Can only have a reference as the first item in the path. It intoned. Well, there we go. Can only have a reference as the first item in the path. How did we get there? Breakpoint time. On the first, let's put the breakpoint there actually. Oh, I could pin that. We can see that this is created. Really? Why is this first? Oh, you are. Oh, no. I think it's because it gets constructed in reverse. It does. It gets constructed in reverse. Right. Then what we need to do is look at the code where I am building this thing, and I'm adding nope, can't fix it there. I have to iterate through this backwards. And it has become, eventually we get there. It is, I should do a little sort of jingle for different things that happen. But I suppose for this one, I wish I could play the piano. That would be a lot more handy. Oh, that's a bit loud. It is a Stack Overflow moment. Stack Overflow. I don't normally do it this way, but I normally just search on. What am I doing? It's because I said it's a Stack Overflow moment. Well, it probably is, but I'm going to search on Google. What I'm looking for is for each C++ in reverse. Reverse for loops in C++. Well, it isn't Stack Overflow after all that, but you know what? It's still kind of. It's a virtual Stack Overflow. How we achieved the same result before. C++ 20. STD ranges views reverse. Well, okay. Apparently I can do this. And don't tell me this will work. That would be too easy. I mean, what about all the namespaces and look at the errors this thing created. It's got like how many errors? It's like too many to count. No, 12 errors. 12 errors because I did that. Oh, wait a minute. C++ will bring ranges. Oh, right, okay, so that was before. The solution shall provide a natural syntax and be as lightweight as possible. the first option would be to create a back-to-front copy of the range, but it has at least both time and space linear complexity. Time and space? Space? Time and space? Are you serious? Time and space. I wasn't aware that the space was a thing in, I mean, there's the space bar. Space. Oh, I mean memory. Space. It's not compatible, I mean, you know, space-time. Yeah. It's not compatible, has no effect in implicitly sorted containers. Oh. Oh. Just use boost. How? Don't you know? It's your opportunity. You had a big moment there. You had your moment. You missed it. How sad is that? Hello, Hal. Hello, Hal. Hal, are you with me? Oh God, you want me to wickle your ears again? Hello, Hal.
Hello, Dino.
It's all this crazy. It's like Hal needs physical contact, otherwise it just turns off. It's kind of freaky. Just use boost.
Boost, boost, boost.
Okay, there we go. There's always, you can always use boost. I'm going to look for something else. Maybe Stack Overflow would be better. C++ 11 reverse range based for loop. Is there a container adapter that would reverse the direction of iterator so I can iterate over in a container in reverse? So let's go and follow the correct protocol of using Stack Overflow. We'll start at the bottom. I got this example from CPP reference. With flag C++20. Yeah, okay. You can use range v3. Use the reverse range adapter. It's only available in C++20. You could simply use boost reverse for each. Oh, it's deceptive. It's like you could simply use boost reverse for each after spending a day setting up boost. What about this one? Struct reverse wrapper. See, play reverse wrapper. Reverse iterator. Begin end. Blah 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 blah. And then you use it like what? That's not exactly. If not using C++14, then below is the simplest solution. Oh, looks like gobbledygook. Actually, in C++14 it can be done with very few lines of code. I don't know which version I'm using. Oh, I think I'm using 14. A key observation is, you know, it's funny that it's like can be done with very few lines of code. Well, actually, maybe it is. Okay. I'm going to find out, Mark, which version of C++ I'm using. I'm going to find out in a minute. I'll call that the Bjarne chord. Anybody need a music score for a film? C. Here we can have C. So that's nice. That's programming in C. This is programming in B. This is programming in C++. Well, it's a C and then up one semitone and another semitone. C++. How else would you interpret C++? But C. C++. Definitely. Of course, you can have C sharp. There's absolutely nothing wrong with C sharp. Nothing wrong with C. C++. I think I made my point. I absolutely made my point. And then, of course, you've got Java, haven't you? There is no J key. It's off the scale. I suppose we could do just some kind of sort of little sandburst, a little coffee shop sort of thing. 5 of the finest coffee beans in the world. Yeah. Yes, you know where that comes from, right? Yeah, TV. It was an advert. 5 of the finest coffee beans. Because, you know, 1 of the finest coffee beans is not enough. You always have to have more. It's like AAA. It must be getting late. What is programming in Python? Oh, hang on a minute. Great Grum. How are you doing? I'll call you Great. I don't know if it's true, but I'll call you. Yes, I did create Kickoff for my sins. Well, yeah, it feels that way a lot of the time. Anyway, welcome. What does Python sound like? Ah! Oh! There we go. Right, there we are. That's about... That's about... But you don't get that. Mark, you didn't get the tune. That was a very massacred version of Liberty Bell. But do you not understand why that tune is significant to your question about Python? What is the world coming to? I suppose it just didn't get to America. Oh, okay. I'm going to make it clear what it is. Why? Because there was a reason for that particular... That was a reason for it. No, it's got nothing to do with education. It's like if you're American, you didn't see British TV. And it's like, here we go.
Have a look at my new project.
Oh my
Britain's
God.
Great.
Have a look at my new project. This guy keeps popping up. I was thinking, I need to make a reply to this guy. A spoof advert, and I could put that on. Have a look at my new project. You notice it says capital at risk is because you're risking money for the benefit. It's like, what? What is this guy doing? I mean, look at him. Do you know who he is? I mean, I don't mean to disparage bad old Michael Farage, but I do. Look at him. He's certainly there to look after the interest of your average bod, isn't he? He must be a heavy smoker. He's got weird gaps in his teeth. And I don't know. My word. Hey, great. It's just, I can't believe it. It's like, what is this guy doing here? Alright, well, we have 3 more seconds of him to put up with.
Well,
Yeah, blah, 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 blah. But we need to have the actual intro. Yes, this is it.
Monty Python, the Flying Circus.
And that's it. Of course. It's Monty Python's Flying Circus. A strike? For what? That one is there is no copyright on that. It's the intro plus the tune itself. You could imagine when this came out, it was like in the 60s, late 60s, early 70s, having a BBC television program, a program from the BBC, the British Broadcasting Company. You know, the British Broadcasting Company is very posh. The thought of putting a program on where it had a fart on it, you know, I mean, it's just, my word. But those were yeah, uncivilized times compared to today. Yes, it was quite controversial. But now the British Broadcasting Company is much more civilized. Things are much more sanitized now. Yes. Copy. Accessible. I have to write a tune for Michael Farage. Whatever. Anyway, where was I before all of that huge distraction?
Hello, Dino.
Yeah, hello. What am I going to do? Evaluate current watches. What was wrong? Oh, yes, I was in the middle. I got totally sidetracked there, didn't I? I really did. It was a big one. Here's a very simple sample solution. A simple sample. A simple sample. An ample, simple sample. The sample. Let's just give this a go. I'll just sort of like put this in. I mean, just here, like that. Sort of randomly lying around bit of thing, you know. And when we get to the bit which was, oh dear. For some reason, I'm talking like this, and it's reminding me of the falafels. I talk about this, the falafel story. Why would it be reminding me of the falafel story? I have no idea. I'm lost. I did this up here, and then was the bit I was working on down there. Oh, here it is. Okay, and then we're going to look at this thing here. I suppose I could look at the most popular answer. The most popular answer being this one. Actually, Boost has had such an adapter. Yeah, most popular is to use Boost. Great. Oh, and this works for you. Does this work for you? And it's got Boost in it. And this should work in C++11 without Boost. Alright, well, that looks a bit suspicious. I'm back to here then, so, well, that's alright. And then what way I need to use this is that on a 4, I could just say reverse, apparently. Well, if it was that simple, why didn't they put it in the language? It worked. Amazing. Absolutely astonishing. So astonishing, we're going to vote it up. It's probably the best answer on the page. Jeez. Okay. Let's see if this works better. All of that. I reversed an iterating thing. Oh, look. And it seems to have worked because it's printed hello. This is actually... this isn't bad at all. It's not bad at all because it means that this actually did work. This whole little construct here works now, where it didn't work before. Because it printed hello. Because it made the graphics cube. Oh, it's all right. So what do I need now? Jeez. Okay, let's see if I can get the basic example to work with this. Now, item created, print hello. On change. All right. Okay, what I need to do actually, I need to implement this as at item cube. That's it. That's what we do. We do all of that. and then this rule should not be executed. I mean, if I do that, what will happen is it will create the cube, it will print hello, and it will observe that there's no change to item pos X, item pos Y, or item pos Z within this function at the time. And it will just exit, and this will in fact do nothing. Because what I need to do is add this rule to the global scope so that it correctly updates. So we're on the next bit after all that, which is to implement on begin add, and expects a rule after that. So on begin, add, on change, and you're only allowed to add rules currently to the global context, global scope, right? Scope, I called them context, it's the same thing as scope, whatever. And that would be the next thing to put in there. So I'm just going to comment out everything again, and then we're going to try running this and see what happens. I'm hoping I'll get an error. I did not get an error. Now why would I not get an error? It means it interpreted it as something, interpreted this line. Interpreted the line as something on begin and on change. That's annoying. So what happens if I take that and try, actually I'll comment that out and just sort of try to, in fact I'll comment everything out. I'll just try an on begin add on begin. What would that do? Yeah, so on begin add a rule to the, that doesn't make sense. In fact, are we allowed to add? Would it make sense to allow it to add rules? A scope itself could add rules to itself at the time when it's running in that scope. That feels like a bad thing to do. Oh, you know, I'm going to have to think about this because I can see this being a bit gnarly. I mean, you know, running through the rules on each iteration. Each rule has the watches if I'm going to generate new watches, I need to think about how they get added on. I'm running out of steam. Well, I made a bit of progress. I think I'm going to start wrapping up. So I need a video, and then I'll call it a night. Oh, what have we got? Well, there is, I think, start change. This was like a new song. It's one of those ones that I got. I did when I was in Italy in 2018. I did this one, and I never sung it again. See ya, Mike. See ya, Mark and Zag, and see you soon.
Writing a song today. I've been getting into the old Americana. Why? What's wrong? My accent sucks. Yeah, I know, but it's the only accent I got. No, but I mean, I'm Americana. I don't know why, but I'm really I'm in a phase at the moment of Americana. So what is it called? I haven't given it a title yet. It's not finished, but changed right back again. I don't know. I know. The times they are a changing. No, that's wrong. That's totally wrong. I can't do it that. The times they were a changing. They changed right back again. No one used to sit and wonder why. The answer's all too plain. Imagine all the people that never lost their way. There was always some way out of there. But that was yesterday. Okay, not just Americana. Yeah, the wind, it's still blowing. The answers lie in the grave, and the sound of silence deafens only those who can't be saved. Paradise was paved over with hubris, fear, and greed. All of nature, boy, it's dying, and the Crimson King proceeds. And I had a dream that it was lonely. I knew my way, but I was only nature's child who could see the wonder
wonderful world. Slip sliding away. We should not fear the reaper, it's only nature's way. And all beginnings have an ending. We don't get to have no say. Across the universe, they're singing good vibrations for one more day, where the schizoid man has gained some wisdom and the earth can start again. And I had a dream, but it was lonely. I knew my way, but I was only nature's child who could see wonderful world. Slip sliding away. La 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 la. And I had a dream, but it was lonely, and I knew my way, but I was only nature's child who could see a wonderful world. Slip sliding away.